Hello and welcome everyone. It's time for more Grandia 2 and we are back and we had great progress last time into the unknown wilds that laid before us where apparently no one of the adjacent people ever ventured. Again with us here is Agonia today.
Hey.
She's not going to talk a lot because she has pain in her jaw for some reason.
Jaw muscles, I think.
Jaw muscles, yeah. Maybe they're cramped, maybe not. We don't know. So she's gonna be a bit silent, but you know, she has pain medicine. Maybe she's going to talk very fast again. Who knows? Numb the pain so you can. I want to make a joke. Numb the pains so you can clown on your girlfriend. Also, hello, Etherlich. Time to continue. Oh yeah, we are at the Great Rift. I have no clue how long this still goes. We've literally just kept going. I really like how it just changes this, the further down you go. That's just really well done. Oh yeah, we have those now. And the answer...
We had those already.
Yeah, I think I killed them once and then went back.
No, even before we came here. Like in the beginning.
We had? Anyway. I dislike this. Wow.
So this is the spell speedrunners want to avoid.
Fair points. It's always interesting to think in, you know, slower games like, okay, how can you optimize them? And it's like, all the little things. Oh boy. Do we need to find essences now? Get wrecked, idiot. By the way, if you're ever wondering, no, we probably won't ever play through Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles because of one reason. We would need one hell of a setup for it. So, no.
Or you can play it single player.
I mean, I could play it single player, then I could even play the Cursed Remaster, I guess, but it's a co-op game, so you kind of should play it co-op, that's the thing.
The co-op was always weird.
It was weird, but it's still a co-op game, so, you know, I feel weird when I have you at my side and I can play a co-op game with you.
Yeah, but even there it was more like you imported your character from the memory card to play and stuff.
I know. I mean, apparently it is. I mean, if it has water in it, it's. I guess it's just on a very low cloud. Oh,
More Kios.
that definitely is not morbid. Honestly, I can say one thing though. Considering the soldier of choice was cute android girls, I'd say, the evil side had good taste.
Depends. They also robbed him of free will, so maybe...
I mean, that's a different thing. But did they even have free will to begin with, is the question.
Yeah. Well, the proper thing to do would probably be bury them. What is that? Oh, no burial.
I guess not.
Just let the androids rot.
No, not the android girls. The music is a bit too up. What? It's not yet. Fog would be. Wait. Same. Way. Yeah, I know. Fog is a cloud. Yeah, I know. We are basically living in the fog area here. We had full Silent Hill mode just a few days ago, weeks ago. That was interesting. Okay, let's see, what do we have? Tremor? Yes, just use Tremor. And...
Except all this.
They seem to be resistant to Earth, though.
The Earth monsters.
But... but they're sticking out of the ground. If the ground was shaking, they would get the most damage, actually.
That's always a question with monsters of an element. Are they pretty resistant or pretty vulnerable to said element?
That's a good question. Anyway, electricity solves everything. At least someone reacted. I wonder if I piss off the Fuga community with that post. I'm sorry, their devs decided on that picture. I know what they wanted to do, but from afar it literally looks like the soy face meme. It's just...
Why is it called that even?
Okay, this actually comes because it came from two guys who were in front of like a shop where it said they now have soy meat nuggies, and they pointed at it like very excitedly.
Oh, that's what it's called that.
It was just a very funny expression. So yeah, that's it. That's it. And then people drew it shittily in paint. Okay, wind works at least. I mean, it sucks them out.
I mean, depends on the version of D&D though.
Fair.
The good ones generally work like that.
The good ones, TM.
In 5e, you can just throw a stone at a bullet and it works.
I guess.
They can tunnel through solid rock. Can throw stone at them. Works. Makes no sense.
Bring back the 1E carbuncle. What are you talking about? Carbuncle is nowadays only known by the fact that people know it from Final Fantasy. Do you want to suggest to people that Final Fantasy was D&D at some point? It totally was D&D.
Final Fantasy was also good at some point.
Okay, which one do you mean?
Where did Final Fantasy definitely got bad? Yeah, at least in what you get there, it's pretty much like you're dressed up as a superhero. You can still use the usual usual resource drain and stuff, and it still works. But
I feel like the thing about with Final Fantasy is more like probably everyone grows out of it at some point, because it's just like let's just be really here. If you had 10 mainline entries in the series, and at some point people will just be like, yeah, it might be a bit much, even though I still say 12 was really good and had some really good aspects, especially the Zodiac Age. But like, the thing is, the Zodiac Age only then fixed a bunch of stuff from the main game didn't have. So, like adding a job system back and shit.
It's something that Final Fantasy lost over time.
Honestly, fair point. That's not a thing I would. I mean, the irony about Kingdom Hearts is then that the PSP title is still the best. Like
The PSP title?
What?
The PSP title?
Yes, Birth by Sleep.
Ah.
Like, I'm sorry. I know. It's by part, but like, it was just hands down the best title. Like, still is, ironically. So. Not saying the other ones are bad, like, I honestly, the second game actually, like, Kingdom Hearts 2 is one hell of a well-aged game, actually, but, yeah.
But yeah, the PSP title and Chain of Memories are my favorites.
You really like Chain of Memories? I mean, I think the thing about Chain of Memories is, like, either you understand how the card system works, and then you're like, oh yes, I can make god combos with it, or you don't, and then you're like, this thing sucks, and it's like, yeah. Sucks to be you. Chain of Memories is good. Yes, hello, Claire. It's just kind of interesting because, yeah, they definitely made something unique, and then it's like, I mean, they also remade it for the PS2, so that's true, that's neat. But yeah, the thing is that it's just like the PlayStation 2 version is good. It's basically like it's just reusing all the stuff from Kingdom Hearts, and then it's like, whoopsie, let's do some more.
There's a save point.
Behind the monster. Uh-huh. But yeah, the PS2 version is literally just, it takes, the 3D models from Kingdom Hearts. You know what? I would say yes. It's not that I will say, oh hey, it's one of those dead games. Like the third game just was like, Square sat on it and then it came out and it was actually very popular. I'm like, no shit, Square. It's not like Nomura makes bad games, but like he was also preoccupied doing the whole remake thing, so
White lotus flower.
Yeah, right. I should.
Why are you attacking? Don't you have ice?
Ah, yeah, right. I could. I mean, the thing is, Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 are just classics. Like, you know, a young boy goes on an adventure, finds power in friendship, saves everyone, while the antagonist turns into a boat. It's just a classic RPG story, you know?
No.
Meet the director of 19... You know, the upside of that is the games are good, actually. Like, I think that's the problem if you end up having just one guy that's really good at development.
Oh, they're immune.
Oh, they're immune to that. Anyway, heal your daughter. God damn it. Which one is it pointing at? Her. You adopted her, now care for her. Oh yeah, they're cold. I should maybe... I don't have that much mana anymore. Whoopsie. Anyway...
You have Sky Dragon Slash.
You know what? Why the fuck not? Yeet. Yeah, it's like... You know, the MMO dev that saved an MMO is like, you know, but that was dependent on a lot of other people, was just like, yeah, he made a solid game. It's just kind of the problem when, you know, Final Fantasy has been defined by, you know, kind of its uniqueness over the years. Honestly, here's the thing, I get it. The problem... Here's the thing, Etherledge. Final Fantasy 14 is legit.
Huh?
From what we played from the first two expansions, like the first expansion, Heaven's Sword, is legit one of the best stories in the whole fucking franchise. The problem is just... You have to pay a monthly subscription for that fucking game.
And the gameplay for an MMO isn't it good? You need to heal the restriction on both. If you want anything done.
I mean, the thing is almost dead, so...
Yeah, Tio is also almost dead, I think. No, Tio not, but...
No, you know what, let's just...
But Elena is almost dead.
Elena! It's just...
Elena.
You know what?
5,000 is almost dead?
I can still heal her.
Flying is awesome. Tenseiken is fine.
Yeah. No! Okay, I guess I need to get some stuff now.
I told you.
He's actually not blocked, so... Wait. Heal. Heal the dumbass.
Curtain, I guess.
What?
Yeah. Curtain also.
Yes! Yeet! There we go! Oh, a new axe! It's the thing. Let me just put it like this. I absolutely adore what 14 is in terms of story and such and world building, because when it gets over the main story of A Realm Reborn that is just really mediocre, it actually is like probably the first MMO where I'm like, oh shit, that story grind is worthwhile because you're actually getting invested into shit. It's good. It's really good. The problem is just, it's not that good of an MMO. But they bring that up that, maybe you should have alternative leveling methods or, better methods of making alternative characters. There are people in the fan base that will scream at you and demand that you spend money to change your to outfit, because that is apparently what solves the problem, not that you want to have multiple characters. That is, by the way, quite literally what happened to me. I was like, hey, if they just did a little bit of things differently, a little bit of just cleaning up.
You should equip the axe, by the way.
Oh yeah, right. They could have made an MMO where you could also just play it as an MMO. Yep. But people screamed at me and were like, you can just buy you can just buy an item that lets you change your character's visuals. And I just sat there being like, the problem wasn't that. The problem was that it's, not a fun thing to level different characters, and you scream at me because you can just have all the classes on one character and just change the the appearance, as if that again was the problem. It is so, this is probably the most asinine thing, because like, I didn't even say the game was bad. I literally just said this part could be a lot better if they took a little bit of care, but nope. Because again, I actually like a lot of parts about Final Fantasy XIV. I'd say it's a good game. Boss rush. Snake boobas. That was just insane.
Yeah.
And like, the weird part is, again, I like the game. We literally did play through the first expansions and we really like it because, shocking enough, it's a good game. Like, I can totally see why this is the one game besides, World of Warcraft that still has fans.
But also, sadly, this game, besides World of Warcraft, tries subscription plus in-game transactions.
Here's the thing. No game should have microtransactions when it has a subscription service. It's bullshit. You do one or the other. I mean, I have my old little RPGs here. The only irony is, I technically have everything as backwards when I stream, when we're honest. Like, so the thing is that when you stream, technically you should stream, niche games on weekends, because then a lot of people are generally watching, while you should stream the popular games when not a lot of people are watching. And I'm streaming Grandia 2 on literally the middle of the week. Here's the thing, there are a lot of communities that really do not know or want to admit that they are fucking addicted, and they're looking for excuses to say, they are not. Like, for example, if you point out, for example, you know, when a Genshin Impact fan is like, you know, how bad, like, you know, all the Western games are for exam apparently, and you point out that they're literally playing, you know, a gacha game, they're like, no, and like, I'm sorry, the thing is, Genshin Impact has solid gameplay.
No.
Mediocre gameplay, you want to say? I think it's solid.
At best.
It's serviceable.
The game, no.
The thing
Your
is,
standards are too low.
you know what? I really wanted to be charitable here to a degree.
I can't let you do that.
The thing is, the gameplay isn't really good. The writing is good. The characters are good. But like, here's the thing. She's not really my friend in the same state. We were literally living together. She's a bit more than my friend. The thing is that the game makes money and keeps their player base because, let's just say the obvious thing, they're addicted. It's a gambling game, and the player base is addicted.
It's kind of the point of gacha games.
It's the point of gacha games. And they really don't like hearing, listen, you're addicted. You're just addicted. And it's so weird because that's when people are like, oh hey, games fail because of, you know, predatory monetization. And I just look at, you know, Genshin Impact and I'm like,
apparently not.
Apparently not. But also, again, I think Genshin Impact actually succeeds because they have predatory monetization. Because, yeah, a lot of people are hooked and don't want to admit that. But boy, do they get defensive when you point that out, because, like, you know, Call of Duty is the evil one. Because you see, a DLC pack costs $20. But gambling on characters, yeah, that's not the same. That's just not the same. No. It's worse, but you know.
I don't think you can look up what's in there in that menu.
Let me just see. We have the star egg. No, wait.
Yeah, the star egg.
No, we already have stuff in the star egg.
And?
Huh.
We've gotten the star egg.
Yeah. Okay.
What can we unlock there? Oh, we don't know. Okay.
More of the flame stuff. I don't know if it's gonna be worthwhile investing, actually. But let's just go back and... Yee. Oh well. But yeah. I got right before the final boss area of 16, but quit when I unlocked 10 side quests. Why the fuck would you give someone 10 side quests right before the boss final...
I guess it's supposed to be endgame, but then again, I was never interested in 16.
Yeah, we have...
Because it was basically like Devil May Cry Light.
It is Devil May Cry Light, and I can just play Devil May Cry, basically.
Yeah. And I have problems with gameplay of Devil May Cry.
Yeah,
not that it's bad, I just can't stand it.
Yeah.
I would like to play it, but I can't stand it.
Our relationship is so cut down the middle when it comes to action games. It's like, it is hilarious because I really have a problem with, you know, Dark Souls type games. I literally have a mental problem. You know, I just have a problem with the stamina system, and like...
But not in Monster Hunter.
No, because in Monster Hunter the stamina system isn't directly tied to your attacks. Remember that. It's not directly tied to your attacks because
you found armor, by the way.
Yeah, well, let me just recover first. Wait. Halo armor. Okay. Yeah.
Finish the equipment.
Finish the fight. Dun, 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 dun. Honestly,
We were by.
yeah. The thing is just, I like playing Devil May Cry games. On the other hand, I just like the
Oh, another Tio.
obviously, like I like the combo system and shit, and then like if you throw in everything drains stamina, my brain is like, no, that's not how it's supposed to work. I should be styling on those enemies.
There is no combo system in Dark Souls.
I know, and I hate
Monster
it. You just chain attacks. You can't. It's like,
To be
seriously,
fair,
what do you imagine for me? It's like, I'm just supposed to run up to the, just to the fucking, demon on the wall and like just smash away at it until it's dead. I'm not able to walk up to it, taunting, then dodge an attack, and then the flurry of attacks, aerial.
to be fair, technically in Devil May Cry you do pretty much the same. You also spamming just one button, but for some reason to make a combo you have to pause sometimes.
It's not that is intuitive and easy for you, maybe. You're using fucking triggers to attack like a fucking psychopath. Attack is the triangle button, and it was always the triangle button like normal people do.
In Neo you use the triangle and the square button.
Yeah, I'm actually way better at Neo than Dark Souls. For that
I know. But to be fair, I also can't get my head around the playstyle of Devil May Cry, so...
Yeah. But then again, we have the better boss fights, like, Look. Dark Souls opens, and basically your first boss is like, oh, look, it's the Asylum Demon, and,
It's the Ignore Me boss. Because you're just wasting time.
Yeah. And then, like, the first real boss is, the other demon on the wall. I forgot his name.
A demon on the wall. Do you mean the Taurus demon?
Taurus Demon, yes. Like, Taurus Demon. And he just walks up to you and like, oh no, maybe some skeletons shoot you in the back, but you generally just ignore them. It's like, oh no. And then meanwhile, like, the first boss in Devil May Cry is like...
The first time I fought that thing, I didn't notice the skeleton archers, because if you just run across the bridge...
You're outside of the range.
You're outside of their range, and so you just hug his crotch and hack him to death.
Yeah, they're basically a punishment if you're not aggressive. That's it.
To a degree.
Yeah, but like in comparison, you're like, oh, but does Devil May Cry have a boss in a small area? Yes, 5 has one, the first one even, and it's also kind of like a Taurus demon, and you're like on the top of a church, and it attacks you, and you're like literally, like Nero literally does a fun quip, like, anybody call an ambulance, and then you break into the church, like the roof collapses, and you fight inside of the church, and the thing completely demolishes the fucking church and breaks open the sidewall, and then it moves onto the place before that. And it's such a good fucking boss fight.
But you haven't unlocked 99% of your movesets, and thus everything you do is extremely boring.
Shut the fuck up! We are not talking about what actually is on the first playthrough, we're talking about concepts. And Dark Souls wishes it had bosses like Devil May Cry.
No, it doesn't.
We have Big Dog with 3 heads.
Yeah, but
that Dante insults.
Yeah, they're going for completely different things.
Yeah, but we have nunchucks.
I want nunchucks.
Nunchucks.
You don't want nunchucks, you hurt yourself again.
Guess I should.
But what is the core of the demon's law?
A girl.
Yeah.
Doesn't have many boss. Shut up, Claire! I made a good point for Devil May Cry.
Yes, you made a good point. It's definitely different. Yeah, I'm not arguing against that. Especially against the attack helicopter. I like that one because I can just shoot it.
This is a second, and the game was ass.
I know that the game was ass, but I can just shoot it, so it's fine. Dark Soldiers. Okay. Oh. Oh, they listened.
Seriously, that daughter relationship between Marek and Hugh is just like the carry of the whole game right now. It's so good.
Well, we know Tio came to us at level 21 or something, so she can't be that strong.
I mean,
just normal.
No, wait, 10 seconds slash.
天聖剣
I mean, I guess the same model has a bit more. Okay, that's still fine.
天聖剣
I don't know. I feel like I will probably never finish Dark Souls if I don't stream it. So maybe I should grab all 3 games in a sale one day on PC so I can show it off. Then you can also get to your Dark Souls 2 playthrough. Cancel. Yeah. I feel a bit bad for her, you know?
I mean, comparatively, since I have time, I can look it up.
天聖剣
But I mean, also, after I finish... You know, I kind of hate the fact that they really just shadow dropped, they shadow dropped Dino Crisis onto us. After I was like, oh no, we're doing Half-Life 2 on Sundays, and then, whoops, Dino Crisis is now on PC.
So Devil May Cry 5 has 17 unique bosses.
17 unique bosses. I thought there were a bunch of them.
With Dark Souls, it's more of a question of area bosses, mini bosses.
Just do the area bosses. Those are like actual bosses.
Okay, let's see. $22 in the main game, I think.
That's solid.
And then 4 more in the expansion. Yeah. Then again, more bosses doesn't say much. It's a fact that Dark Souls has more bosses.
I mean, also...
And they're good bosses. No question asked.
Some of them, yeah, but a lot of the bosses are just like, it's a capstone to the end. To end out the level,
Yeah,
and
but
that's fine.
that's what bosses are, so...
Fair point. Oh no! Not something I can all heal right after that.
Tensegan!
Yeah, the audio just breaks down again. By the way, is there any like feedback on how good the Dino Crisis port actually is? Probably solid, but like, yeah. Huh? What?
No Räuspern.
Fuck you.
You can cough, you can swallow slime, but you cannot Räusper. It's not good.
Do you know what? Sky Dragon Slash or Hellburner?
Hellburner.
So the audio really is breaking down again.
I have this feeling. I'm wondering how that happens. Is this a broken array or something?
Could be.
But how would you break it like that even?
I have no clue actually. Whee! Oh well. Well.
Tensegan!
And that was it.
New weapons. A whole baler.
You tilted the head.
So they had the order to get to the sort of light, but in their own facility, they could have just turned it off.
I guess. What the fuck
Oh,
is
so it doesn't control. It's just if you destroy it, the Grandia Saber knows.
That's why there was the tornado all the time. You know, that just makes it more like, what the fuck was the Grada Saber? And like, did we have a whole mech android war? Because I feel like that happened. That the Grada Saber is the Grada Saber a mech?
Maybe it's a boat that would fit with the Kingdom Hearts.
It would fit with the Kingdom Hearts.
It would fit with the Kingdom Hearts.
A very normal thing to say.
Seems like a mech thing.
Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, that is definitely a sword. Not a saber, by the way, but a sword. It's just a big one, so...
Or maybe it was a chancha word and people used to surf on those swords.
That's always the hardest question to have. But like, okay, I think I know what's going. We're definitely in a religion that has misinterpreted what the fuck happened a long time ago. World. Yeah, that's always the hardest part to figure out. Like, what would someone want to cultivate?
Oh, you haven't... Oh, well, yes, it's fine.
Oh, you fuck! What the fuck?
You can tell me that those paladins aren't soldiers, like android soldiers, mechanical beings.
I mean, they probably are, but like, because it's a fuck, it's still it's still an ongoing android war, right?
So it's a Star Wars?
You know what? No. If it turns out that the whole religion is still androids. What? Ah, okay, she's just evil. No, that blood is... That's blue.
Aristocrat.
Oh, that's red again.
Peasant.
Uh...
3D sphere?
I guess. I mean, this is coming a bit out of nowhere.
I mean, she was evil.
So sorry. What the fuck? Honestly, it would be so interesting if it turns out that that's the dignified way to go. Yeah, I was like, is he killing? No, he just falls in like, okay.
The Granda Saber has found oil.
Oh. America! Fuck yeah! No, America's gonna invade their world.
Oh, someone said the catchphrase. She's
Yeah.
activated now.
ミレーニア、あなたの思う通りにする。あっちの計画通りか。乗ってやるか。
ミレーニア、これはどういうことなんだ。
そんなことはあと。さあ、あのデカブツをやっつけるの。手伝ってもらうからね。さあ。
So, where's Tio?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I saw Marek in the Ryudo, but not.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, look
Ah,
at
Tio's back.
yeah. Oh yeah, right. We have the thing I feel. So it's a Gears of War 2 situation. I was actually thinking more along the lines of, is this a near situation, as in
Mana egg and accessory.
yeah accessory. Yeah, that sounds good.
I guess the holy egg is what we used, right?
Yeah. As in, you know, the androids just kept fighting and the humans just adapted. It could also be Gears of War 2, I guess, but the Gears of War is also just very... Gears of War is quite a
You
dystopian...
didn't walk to the end there.
I didn't. Let me just check again. I don't think there is anything.
I also don't think there's necessarily anything, but
There's a blocked end.
okay.
Honestly, World of Gears of War is so fucked up if you think about it. Oh, hi! I mean, yeah, but also, like, that happens a lot of times, actually.
Grandia 1, for example.
There are a bunch of RPGs where you've done that. God, what are you weak against?
Caterpillars learn to fly.
Yep. By the way, is the pain better?
Not really.
相手を間違えま
Damn
し
it.
Maybe a bit. But it's less that it's lesser, but more. What do we equip? It's more numb. I think the pain is more numb.
That is at least something.
Why are there seagulls again?
I don't know. It's nice how magic just solves the problem. You know what? No.
That all is cheaper.
Fair point.
How many times do you need to tell you that?
I don't know how effective it is, though.
Very effective.
What?
Very effective. It's zap on. See?
Fair point.
手応えのないやつらだ
So not all of Valma's eyes were defeated.
I guess. What is here, by the way? Does it go back? No, it's just somewhere else. Ah.
You should maybe upgrade Melania's egg.
Yeah, that's true. We should do that at the next save point.
No. After this fight.
Oh. You know what? Maybe we should replace cracking a neck with upgrading a neck. Okay, sorry. Well. Okay, you want to upgrade shit. Okay, power up. It's the holy egg, so... she has everything already.
Oh,
In that regard, I mean, we could upgrade Quake.
why not?
No, she has already stuff.
Okay. Someone else?
Dragon's Up?
Is there something else? Go through everything. I couldn't even read.
It's not attack. Drops off movement.
Put a debuff. Oh, your choice, really.
Not really anything I really would do. Let me just see. Oh, we should upgrade arrow shot.
Any interesting boss attacks down there? Not really you do. Yeah, she has the claws now.
Yeah, should we upgrade? Yeah, you know what? Let's upgrade that.
We've mostly,
Oh yeah, right.
mostly magic coins.
I totally forgot. We should give her some. do we have something here? It cuts execution time for item commands, more wit.
Earth explosion.
I mean,
You have mostly magic coins.
is it good? Would it be good on Millennia?
Not necessarily, but Malik has explosion spells.
Yeah, but he can't equip more. The thing is, we need something for her. That is good.
Yep, that works.
There we go. Okay, let's keep going then. Have we used money in a while anyway?
Second last village.
I guess it's a while ago that we did that.
Oh,
Oh, it's a Zelda thing. Whatever that is. Interesting that Thor is apparently a thing in this universe. Thor stone. I guess. Do, 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 do. Ow. Ah. Ow. Now my neck hurts. Yeah, that was just a short burst of ouch. Anyway. Oh. Look, it's those things again. Similar to Gaia. As if those things are kind of the same.
Well, either that or they didn't have any more ideas for enemies.
That's true. There's always the thing with, you know, RPGs being set in, you know, not the same, just reusing enemies all the time. It's like, you know, it can be cute, but like...
It's also good in some sense for saving assets.
Yeah. I mean, it always comes down to how you design it. Like, honestly, I like how Final Fantasy usually sits down as like, hey, we have the same enemies, but we always redesign them to a degree. and put interesting spins on them. I'm like, yeah, it's cool. And then you have
Let's decide that the idea is cool. The concept you're talking about is interesting. But that's not really what Final Fantasy does anymore.
I don't know.
Since a long time, actually.
They still had some differences.
Yeah, but no relevant ones.
Yeah.
At this time, it's just, look, it's a Final Fantasy enemy.
You know what? Yeah, even though, I mean, Dragon Quest is worse.
Yes. It's one of the reasons why I can't really play those games.
It's still kind of funny that she adjusts her makeup, even though she doesn't have a fucking mouth. I have no mouth and I need to adjust my makeup.
What does it do?
Cuts MP consumption by 5%.
Nice.
It's really nice, yeah.
Could even use it on Leodo for more zap.
Fair point, let's just look at if it would actually fit him.
Well, she has it on, so...
Then it's not relevant right now.
But from the depictions of Valma from the worlds, it looks quite different.
Yeah, it's weird.
Either rotting or incomplete.
Oh hey, right there, the brains again. Ah. Then let's look here for a bit because, haha, ninja clothes. Ooh. Interesting that ninjas exist apparently.
Just removed it. Oh, that's Tio stuff.
Yeah, much better.
More Grandia 1.
It is very Grandia 1 right now, yeah. Are we in the end game?
I presume so.
I really think I should have put this one up on the on that one Grandia fan Discord again. Now that then we could have had people where we're like, oh hey, is this the end? Should we just push through today? Yay! Recover, save game.
How lucky that armor has save spots.
That is so useful. Like, imagine if you're inside of a giant thing and it doesn't have safe spots. How horrible. Anyway, now you can get yeeted. Actually, if anyone knows, if this is like the last part of the game, tell me. I don't want to fucking end this before, you know. Just like, oh hey, it's there probably isn't the final boss behind this corner. Oh, it is. Oops. Waits a whole week. Ah! They didn't get any damage from it. It's not the final part. Thank you, Femoral John. Also, hello. Ah. Because, like, in Grandia 1, you know, the whole organic shit was the final part, so, you know. There is nothing we can do here. Okay, so I guess let's go back. Okay, and we're here again, so we are missing something.
Maybe press the button.
Maybe.
Because from the looks of it, you just up is down and down is up.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's Pirates of the Caribbean 3. Just before that.
Yeah, but the best version of that was still in Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I'm not even kidding. That part was so good. It was like their own small game, and it's like,
Phantom Joestars. Aren't they immune against Zap?
true.
ラブラブショー
Why is she doing that?
Don't ask. Maybe she has ancient viruses.
Good question. I really wonder what the end part of the story, because right now it's just really confusing.
手応えのないやつらだ
Millennia happy.
Yes, that's very good, very precious. Oh. Oh, immune cell.
Yeah.
It's called immune cell. Oh. Oh well.
Makes sense, right?
I guess so.
What are the small brainy ones called then?
Let me just check really quickly. I mean, I will burn them anyway, so... Brain bat.
Okay.
これでどうだ そんなんじゃ俺の命は取れねえな
I mean, I don't know if this is respawning enemies or not. I just know one thing. Lol. Free XP. Ah. Pretty bracelet.
That's stuff to sell again.
Probably, but let's just look.
No, I still remember.
Oh. Can you already guess what the final parts? I mean, let me just... Here's the thing. I feel like it's going to be confronting Granas, because, like, it feels very much like Granas is actually just also evil. You know.
Who knows? Adamantine helm.
Adamantine helmet. We need definitely more metal slug. I'm not even that good at metal slug.
If you play it more, you would be better at it.
Probably. I just have just too many games to play. I mean, like, let's just be real here. All of these games are basically attack and dethrone gods, so...
It would make sense.
There's always this problem when you have, like... You know what? If anything, I feel like really people are underestimating that saying too many games, not enough time is just way too accurate nowadays. Like... I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, you know, considering how Ruben is on Fridays usually nowadays earlier gone, usually playing a bit of Helldivers afterwards always.
No?
Sometimes we do.
Did we?
We did
When?
last time. With Sepp, we played some Helldivers after ADT.
Oh, yeah.
So that just made me think that, hey, did we want to do Oops All Fire? We should maybe work towards that if we could do it on Friday.
相手を間違えました
But, like, again, find the time. You know? Find the time.
What's actually more expensive, Crackling or Quake?
I don't know.
小林ちゃん
I think Quake. Ooh! A new axe! Tundra Battle Axe. Well, that sounds interesting. The Tundra Battle Axe is even slightly better. You just use that. God damn it. Now everything has app down again. Yeah. So, how has everyone's week been so far? Not a lot going on right now.
You have moved my chocolate.
I did not! It's still the same place!
No, there's bacon.
There is no. I guess that's probably also just a problem I that comes in this very weird setup of a relationship to a degree. Like, just for context, we kind of have a small fridge, okay, and it's hard to really, you know, you need to be good, you know, basically a bit of a Sokuban expert to really fill that fridge up efficiently. So what happens is that sometimes I slightly adjust where things are, and Agonia needs to have her some of her stuff just, you know, in the same place as always, else it's treason.
The only thing I found is this under the bed.
What? It was still in the same place.
No!
You just didn't see it.
The chocolate needs to be undisturbed. Like, I didn't even found it.
No, that's the wrong one. Give it. Put it back. I can get your real one. That's the one we use for hot chocolate. Yes, 1 second. Let me just.
There you go. Find me the real one.
I'll be back in a second, chat. Entertain them.
No. I want to be entertained by you. Good news, the chocolate was found. The streamer was also found.
Yes, the streamer is back. The chocolate is there. You're happy. Everything is perfect now, I hope.
No, my jaw hurts.
God. So yeah, how was the week so far? Aside from the dealing with chocolate missing. I expected that to do less damage.
You know what I'm thinking? Feng Shui was originally invented by ancient Chinese neurodivergent people for them to always know where shit is.
I mean, okay, gotta make a hot take here. But a lot of cultural things were probably quote unquote invented by neurodivergent people who are like, no, things have to be exactly in this way, else things will just collapse, okay? And because they had some higher social status, they could just press it through, and then it became norm. Probably. And this isn't, you know, against, by the way, this is not against neurodivergent people. This is just like, it would explain a lot of weird social rules that just have been passed down as, that's just how it is. Because,
Which ones? Like, I get the feng shui.
yeah, probably feng shui. Also, what you could maybe eat or not. Let me just put
That doesn't seem likely.
Bunch sometimes get weird, but I can't do. Yeah. Anyway, so week's been okay. Well, that's something at least. Would not be that great if the week was bad. Actually, like, bad week, not good.
Aren't we already here once?
We were
Alright.
here. You have to just go through it from the other side, basically.
So we can
Yeah,
shove them around differently.
yeah, and now we basically go back up here, and now we can go here. That's the whole thing of the dungeon. You basically go through it through one side, then you turn around, then you go on the
It's car
lower
parking.
side. What?
It's car parking, the dungeon.
Why is it car parking?
You go there in a slight angle, and then you go backwards, the inverted angle.
That is such a weird analogy, and you know that. It doesn't even make sense.
Makes sense to me, okay?
That's lovely, but
I admit it's not the best analogy.
freezing breath. Da, 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 da. Silence loot. Da, da, da.
Seems like a normal item, actually.
Yeah, probably. Even though it reads... Okay, can I just point out that it reads very funny if you read it like silence loot? As if, you know, there's a certain anger against medieval artistry. The lute's a fine instrument, though. It's actually pretty good. I wish more, you know, more musicians would use the lute. The lute is great.
And more birds inside giant organisms?
I don't know. Honestly, at this point, I'm just like... It's interesting that, you know, this thing is, like, built up like... It's just blood basalt. Yeah.
So it's dead. Carcass the enemy.
I guess? I mean, yes, the thing we're talking about right now is dead, so...
Well, it got some blood and the tin can. You know, at least we have actual birds in there, but those don't make the seagull noises. It's the caterpillars that do.
Yeah.
レング行きます
When, the stockfile sound is just really weird. Hey.
つまらないわもっと熱くさせて
Oh, neat. Honestly, if I can say one thing, I got a little bit more depressed about Monster Hunter again.
It has its ups and downs.
It's just like, I think I can finally really nail what really irks me about Wilds, and that is the fact that,
Oh, boss.
Oh, yeah. Marik's jittering as fuck. I mean, I guess.
Evil lungs? That's basically recycled Gaia first phase.
Don't think we will be able to do that here again.
No, it's recycled
Yeah.
Gaia.
Okay, You know what? Let's kill that one first.
ぐちゃぐちゃなミンチにしてやる
Nice!
We should move.
I know,
He
but
can attack. He can attack.
yeah, that's evade.
まだ敵を滅ぼさ
Like, the thing is that when you hear an interview with the devs about their design of the world and how much thought they put into designing an area, like this was, for example,
And monsters.
and monsters, and this was, by the way, about the oil whale basin. It's cool. It's fascinating because the whole explaining. Oh, they wanted to make a more vertical layout that on the top is this the swampy areas, and then the lower parts are supposed to be more like deep sea areas. Basically, it's deep sea volcanoes erupting, and that's such a cool image actually for just just an area. This idea of it's a deep sea, and then they're like they're actually putting
Still no underwater comet though.
still no underwater. Like, okay, listen,
They're
Capcom.
fascinated with the ocean, but they still don't get. Yeah.
It's like you keep doing underwater on land stuff in World and Wilds, and yet where's the water combat, Capcom? The trans girls are waiting since Monster Hunter Tri for it to come back. We need a new wave of egg cracking. It was definitely the water combat though. Let's start working down on that one. Yeah, the thing is, you hear that, and it's just, you just feel like, that's just so fascinating, because, they show you, oh hey, look, I like Lagiacros. Apparently Lagiacros is back in Wild, so yay about that.
ぐちゃぐちゃなミンチに
The
してや
thing
る
is that you have, that when it's in the calm period, it's like this mild blue, it's like this serene underwater area, and then, then it erupts, and you're like, I sit there and be like, this is so fascinating because there's so much thought, so much design flowing into this, just getting this vibe right. And then I have to think about the fact that this thing will cycle through in minutes because for some reason the rest of the game is designed as if the player are toddlers that need to have keychains dangled in front of them, else they get bored. And I think this is probably my biggest problem because when I started playing Monster Hunter, a lot of the stuff I fell in love with is still there, the environment and monster design, top notch. Like, there is a reason no other game series has ever been able to beat them on those terms because they just never put the same thought into achieving this part.
At least monster concept, yeah.
At least monster concepts, or just having their own concepts in that regard. They just don't have that. And then I look at the gameplay, and it neither wants to commit at the frontier level / the generation / rise level of the monsters are fast and aggressive, and but you also have the combat system to compete with that. Or you are slow and the monster is at an advantage, as the old titles had. And by the way, water combat was a perfect extension of that thing because it was literally, hey, you were at a disadvantage in the combat anyway. You had a limited movesets, and the monsters were like, they had their moves, but like the moves hit hard and had status effects, and you had to be careful with positioning. But then, again, the extension was, then you moved into the water, an area where you were inherently even more at a disadvantage. Again, underwater combat was a perfect extension of the combat systems of Monster Hunter. It's a fucking shame they cut it. And just, right now, the combat system just sits in this weird...
Well, it is basically as if you would be fighting in Rise or Frontier a bit.
Yeah, but just the monsters are also less.
The monster moveset from every monster they've shown so far is very lackluster.
It's just like, just to put it in the best way, in my opinion, the monster, it just feels very much like it tries to make you on the most even footing as you can be, and that's like...
That's not even. You're so much better than a monster.
You're slightly better than a monster, yeah, and it just feels weird. But then, considering some of the footage we saw were from IGN, and considering that probably a lot of people play like that, they probably won't even notice how easy they have it. God, that was bad.
I don't like giving IGN shit for that, but yeah, they maybe should send people there who actually play Monster Hunter.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not saying, by the way, that I don't want to be on the whole game journalists don't know how to play games. That's bullshit, and people know that it's bullshit. They always just find excuses to keep saying that, because here's the thing. Independent YouTubers really like to have beef with game journalism. They really, even if they're leftists, oh boy, they like to riff on some right-wing topics, just to be a little bit, just to have that little bit of discrediting against perceived, opposition, and it will never end well. The thing is, again, there are people working at those companies that know how to play the game. That know how to play the games they cover. They just, a lot of times, consciously or unconsciously, just send the most unqualified people there. And I'm saying consciously because, for example, one of the best examples I have is, a German magazine, back in the day, reviewed Supreme Commander 2. Now, Supreme Commander 2 was a shit show. Everyone who defends it has never played the first game. No one from the first game likes it, especially because there was a beta that was basically a better version of the first game, and then I think Square Enix came in and they were like, can you maybe make the game more like, StarCraft? And they reworked a fuck ton of the game and how, you go through tech trees, how you how the whole economic system works, because like that is a big thing about Supreme Commander. The game is about balancing a constant income and output, income of resources and usage of resources. This is one of the main appealing parts of the game. Everyone loved that, and the second game just gutted it. So how do you review positively? Well, you could give it to a guy who has never played RTS games. The guy is, by the way, really good at shooter games. Like, on that part, shooter, action games, he's really good.
You can review that, yeah.
And the thing is, he was a lot of times, picked for those games, but like, then suddenly he has to review Subcom. What? Again, when you see someone, review a game and they can't really play it, that sometimes is a conscious pick, because else the criticism might just be, a little bit too, critical. A bunch of companies do not want to be on bad terms, even if, the overall thing would have been positive anyway. They just were like, maybe we can just get out a little bit more positive if, people don't know the finer parts. Like, here's the thing. Cooler than a man. God damn it. That is a line. Here's the thing. I can almost guarantee you that if there isn't something completely fucking unnatural, coming at me that I don't know, whilst if I say in traditional terms, it's probably going to be a solid 8 out of 10.
Whatever.
At least for me. If we have to slap some kind of number onto it. I can almost guarantee you that. Almost.
Depends on how you define those numbers and shit.
Yeah, it's just not outstanding. It's just really good,
Interesting verdict.
It's probably going to be a good game because there's a lot of craft still in it. It's just compared with the rest of the series, I can probably not give it.
She said.
Oh, Lenia, what is your problem?
You have interesting systems, like... Well, first, story.
Yeah, I mean, fair point. She's not Granas, she's Velma.
Well, do they split? No.
Not yet. I mean, yes, you found the fucking sword, but what do you want to do with it? Exactly.
I'll touch it.
Maybe 10,000, Merrick? Think big.
We had a Android factory back there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Probably was just a weapon, but why she can fly now? So it was a ship.
I guess. I guess it is an intergalactic thing again. It is a fucking ship, yeah. It just looked like a sword.
So it crash landed.
I guess. Are we flying to the moon now?
Yeah. Yeah, Eleanor knows.
Yeah, it just took a long time to get to the Pope is evil part. Oh yeah, that lighting back in the day probably was like, oh, look at it. I guess.
I'm my own person, sorta.
Uh-huh. You will meet again. Also, what I want to point out about third gen, like Gyros has come back a few times now because it's a good monster, but also like
Has it?
yeah, it was in Generations, for example, and I think in 4 as well.
We haven't fought it in Generations, I think.
We fought it. It's in Generations and it's in 4, from what I know. It definitely was in Generations.
Okay.
They have basically all the flagships in Generations. But you know what? They should always also bring back when there's the water combat. Go Bull!
Yay.
Go Bull!
The best underwater monster.
Yes, it's big and round. Why can't she make... Okay. Where did the tea come from, by the way?
That seems like a weird translation. Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, it can.
I
Just because the Grandia saber flies somewhere.
I guess. Okay.
Who knows?
It's just a solar eclipse. Calm down.
That should have happened several times in their lifespan already.
The church will burn.
And the knights.
And the knights! What the fuck? The Day of Darkness and the knights!
Who would have guessed? That's the problem if you give people private property.
Really, we're doing this now?
Yes!
Raising hands against the innocent. They're fucking automatons, I guarantee you that. But yeah. No, Gobul is great. Gobul should come back. Also Giginox. I know some people are like, but Giginox wasn't that good. Cowards. Cowards, all of you. Giginox is peak. So they literally just added this area so you can land here later. I was questioning that. I was like, weird that they have this whole area here with an explanation of, oh yeah, we're just doing shit here, and then it's like, okay. I mean, Nibelsnuff is not bad, but also like, Nibelsnuff is from the same generation as Gobul. Let's not forget that. Nibelsnuff was in Portable Threat. There's room for both of them, actually. But
yeah. Especially if we get like a big ocean, we can get an adult Gobul.
Oh yeah! Remember how big they actually are supposed to be?
Sooner or later. Gobuls in the freshwater regions are like babies.
Honestly, we need more flat fuck Leviathans.
Fair. Yeah, more AoE.
And you also didn't pick up the Ramboros again a lot, so...
There are lots of monsters that were never really picked up again, but then again, like you said, on the one hand, lots of concept of monsters, the whole environmental design and stuff is really good. Lots of work put into there.
Yeah.
But then we have Gravios, but not the thing that wears Gravios' head.
Sorry. Let's just go over this, by the way. what I really hate is the fact that there's basically a mini ecosystem thing going on in older titles, based on, basically Basarios is the juvenile form of Gravios, and so you're like, oh hey, you first fight Basarioses, and they have a little bit of a different way of playing, fighting against you, and Gravios are more like, fuck off, I'm huge. So you have to, offspring.
I outgrow you strategy of a living being, like elephants.
It's more like, you have the juvenile and mature forms of a monster
still,
in a game.
It follows the fuck you, I'm getting too big for you.
Yes, I know.
Strategy.
But then also, you had the crabs, aka Daimyo Hemitor and Shogun Senator. And Shogun Senators have Gravios skulls on their back, while Daimyo Hemitors have Monoblos ones on their back. And from what I know, I think Monoblosses were supposed to be the male form of Diablos.
Originally, maybe.
Originally, I think, which is also like.
But now
I know
Monoblos are now more rare, but the Plum one had normal Diablos shells.
Yeah, so the Plum one is not in the game, is not in games anymore, but it has Diablos horns, but the Diablo skull. But the normal Daimyo still has the Monoblos one, and you would think, hey, couldn't you replace that? Like, why don't they replace the skulls with, fitting monsters from the regions they're in? Or why do they do shit like now in Wilds, where Gravios is back, but apparently not Basarios or Shogun Senator?
Or sometimes you just have the crabs, but not the monsters their skulls are from.
Hello, Rai. Okay, wait, Rai says Basarios then, but
Basarios isn't the skull they're wearing, though.
No, they added the crabs with the Sunbreak expansion, but then they only had the juvenile form of Gravios, Basarios, and it's
so they
fucking
can't
mess.
So they can't really have a skull of Gravios if there are no Gravios in the game.
Yeah, so like, what the fuck is up with that? You have such a coherent ecology, and this is so weird because, like, here's the thing. According to the leak, there is going to be Neskrilla in the game, which, the leak is very consistently right, so Neskrilla is going to be in the game. Probably. But also, and we know that she's probably in the game, is because they always pair Neskrilla with Gypsaros, because they hunt Gypsaros and wear Gypsaros skin as a tool of protection. So they know that some monsters are paired. They just for some reason do not fucking care about the crabs. It's just, what the fuck? Why? Again. Hey, the blood is blue again.
Aristocrats.
So yeah, there was definitely an old war going on.
I still don't get Elena, like at all. Like, we must meet with him, the guy who commands these things. Yeah, that's what he's asking.
We cannot need answers now.
知らないとは幸せなこと。
どういう意味だ。
この世界のありよう、おかしいとは思わないのですか。なぜこんなにも苦しく、こんなにも醜いのか。すべてはそう人間自らの罪によるもの。浅ましき人間は何の力もなく神にすがるだけ。そのくせ信じきれもしない。祈りを口にしても闇の火に怯え、挙句に神殿に詰めかける。なんと身勝手なもの。
だから殺したっていうのか。
哀れな人間にとって死こそは唯一の救い。苦しみからの解放を願っていたのは彼ら自身でしょうに。
なんだと。
シレーネ様、なぜここまでする必要があるのです。
エレナ。
エレナ、あなたは自分の使命を忘れていないでしょうね。
私の
エレナ、一体何を。
今のお前は何を信じているのかしら。その男かしら。だが私は違う。私はゼラ様の命を全うする。それこそが私の願い。
It's not different.
Wait, is she?
Jump.
なぜこのように悲しい試練を下されたのです。あなたの大いなる愛で包んでくださいませ。どうかご覧くださいませ。ゼラ様、私の誠の思いを。
Okay.
Okay, I was like almost in thinking she was just impaled there, would have just shit because like 10 out of 10 death. Now it's a fish now.
It's a whale. Wait. Yeah, sure. We just need to find out which of the two parts we need to kill.
Probably the eyes.
Yeah, probably.
I mean,
レインです。行きます。行くわよ。インパクトボム。
Why the red one, not the blue one?
because it's
Oh no.
no.
I can just attack. There.
Oh no, the fence is down. How horrible.
It's a gardening hose.
Anyway,
So now it looks more like hard themed Nautilus.
yeah. I felt like we had to fight the
The mass.
the writhing mass of madness that is incomprehensible, but I guess no, it's just fleshy fish. It's not a bad design, don't get me wrong. That's actually pretty good design.
It's a hard themed Nautilus.
Yep.
And you're out of SP.
Whee! I mean, yeah, but like, I'm doing good damage though. See?
It still looks shit, the attack. Compared to
Yeah.
Grandia 1.
Oh, I have already one down, so
行くわよ。インパクトボム。
I What is that effect on him?
Maybe he will die.
I have no clue. And I can tell you.
Can't you just look at him with a command?
I mean, you know what, first of all, let's get the main body a bit down.
I don't know how much HP the main body has, though.
More than the rest, but yeah.
Yeah. It could also be that, you know, finishing this boss and not...
I don't think that is happening. Yeah.
Good.
Wait, do we even have... Don't have anything left.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's...
So this one is Valma's heart. So I think pretty much all the organs are on the table now.
Yeah, so let me just check what we can do. I mean, I guess Panacea on main guy? No.
On him.
Yeah, I guess.
No. Tier got cancelled.
No one cancels our cute automaton girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know what to say about. We were just collecting.
I still don't... Like, I generally don't get the numbers-based reviews. And for me, gameplay is like pretty much the most important part of a thing. Which is why I'm like really confused when you say like Monster Hunter Wilds will be 8 out of 10. Yeah, Wilds will be 8 out of 10 for you, which is like, okay.
Probably. That's the point. The thing is...
For me, if I had to put numbers on it simply because of the gameplay, it would probably more of a 5. But that's just me.
I mean, the gameplay is just not all of it, so you know.
Yeah, gameplay weighs more for me. That's all. The rest of the game will be good.
Oh yeah, no question.
There we're like already agreeing.
Yeah.
But for me, like the gameplay already is pretty underwhelming.
It doesn't change at launch. I mean, they're reworking a bunch of stuff, so we can't say about
I'm
that.
talking less about what the hunters can, but more about what the monsters can.
Yeah, fair.
They feel like tutorial bosses.
I think we have the heart down already.
Probably.
That heal was... I didn't think to make... Anyway, that's the heart down.
Heart attack.
So she was the heart.
So he's the brain of
So what the fuck is... Honestly, you know what I hate about this? This is a Forrest Gump story. As in, you know, they're like, oh, you don't know what's going on. Yes, because no one tells us.
And
No one is opening their fucking mouth and just laying bare what's going on.
Yeah. Goddess, high heels, and holy clothes.
I guess.
So the Heart of Valma was a goddess.
I guess?
Or we just stole it from some other goddess? I don't know. Well,
Nom. Because that was the plan all along, I guess. You didn't fulfill that.
Yep.
Remember, one piece is in your boyfriend.
Well, but then the plan doesn't work. But it's pretty convenient for him that he just loves both of them, right?
I guess.
See, that's in my opinion a bit plot contrived. Well, the other side of the endless army of automatons?
Probably. I mean, it's kind of obvious that they have a door. Yeah, there's a door to darkness, and it's two factories. 100%.
Oh, half of our party just glitched through the elevator.
Amazing. Again, his price just... the door to darkness, Kingdom Hearts. No, there was a different door.
There was just an automaton factory behind it. But maybe that's how Kingdom Hearts will end too.
Again, you know what? I just want to point out that his sprites are for some reason Zelda CDI maxing, but also give off the vibe that he's a little bit too close to the children at the primary school.
Huh.
You know? Da. Good fuck it. You don't need the thing you sent us to pick up?
And Rido's looking in the wrong direction.
Yeah. What? The real world? Are you... Like, what? What the fuck? I mean,
光と闇とは対の存在であった。人の心にも光と闇があり、善と悪を生み出しておる。しかし、この世界は闇に包まれ、今まさに破滅を迎えようとしておる。
何を言われるのです、セラ様。グラナサーベルを探し出したのは何のためです。バルマーを封じる用意はもうできているではありませんか。あとはグラナス様の祝福さえあれば。
確かにそうだ。しかし闇は強く、光はあまりに弱い。なぜだと思う？遥かな太古より光と闇は常に戦いを繰り返してきた。両者は決着をつけねばならなかったのだ。人も光と闇に分かれ争っておった。そして神魔の戦いが起きた。この戦いこそが神と悪魔、善と悪の結末を明確にしたのだ。さあ、お前たちも真実を見るがいい。遥かなる太陽、グラナス様の慈愛に満ちた光のもと、人は幸せに暮らしておった。世界は豊かで輝くばかりの美しさに満ちておった。だがバルマーがやってきおった。バルマーはこの世界に闇の汚れをもたらし、天津さえ無垢で麗しき人の心さえも踏みにじった。光と闇は戦う運命。戦場はどこまでも遠く広がっている。争いは互いに一歩も譲らぬまま果てしなく虚しく続いていった。そしてついにその時が来た。グラナス様とバルマーが長く果てしない争いに決着をつけるべく相対した。そして
これが神魔の戦いの結末だと。
そう、グラナス様は死んでいたのだよ。とうの昔にな。戦いは闇の
I mean, makes sense.
勝利に終わったのだ。
Okay. And why are you praying to Granas then?
そう、人の心に光がないのも当然。グラナスなき今、もはやバルマー復活を防ぐ術などない。世界は確実に破滅へ向かっておる。
何？ではなぜグラナサーベルを
死んだ神の剣で新しく再生しつつあるバルマーを滅ぼ
To
す
be fair, it was just.
I mean,
It's just a spaceship.
グラナサーベルのありかを明かしておればお前たちなど必要もなかったのだが、わしの目的はグラナサーベルと共に封じられたバルマーの体を解け
なんだとまさか
そうシレーネも最後の務めを果たしてくれた。おお、そのためにこそあやつにバルマーの心臓を植え込んだのだ。わしの目的はバルマー復活よ。
We got that.
私のしてきたことは
バカだ。悪魔を復活させたりしたらお前もただでは済まないんだぞ。
そのようなこと分かっておるよ。だが滅びつつあるこの世界を救うにはバルバーの力を使うしかないのだ。
なぜ闇の紋章がここに。
グラナスの歌姫、忌まわしき力を宿した娘よ。お前の力がバルマーを呼び覚ます。さあ、時が来た。約束通り、お前からミレーニアを消し去ってやる。闇と汚れをなくしてやる。さあ、来るがよい。
Oh, okay.
Is that just me, or does he sometimes have the glasses and sometimes he doesn't?
He just lost them the more he went insane. Okay, so I still have one question though. It seems bad, yes, but also this seems not like the whole picture.
Yeah.
As if he got the wrong
Like-
story again.
Like it's the sword of a dead god, but we already saw and know it's just a spaceship.
There were multiple spaceships actually. Also,
Yeah.
the thing is, if Valma won,
Why is one
who split Valma into pieces and sealed them?
Yeah.
That's like, there seems to be someone else at play here.
Also, why are we going to the moon again?
You can answer that question for yourself.
I know.
Okay, that music is just, nope.
That's no field music.
I mean, the final boss of so Gaia didn't hang out on the moon, but he had a pit stop on the moon in Grandia 1.
Yeah. We found our final party member there.
I love how Ryu's like, hang in there, and Tio's just like, nope, that guy's dead. He's fucking dead. Yeah.
Hang in there would be even funnier if he was hanging on the news.
Yeah. Honestly, old games really have sometimes just shredding guitars. That's really cool. We need more of them. I mean, it's not that... It's not that, you know, if you want to make, for example, a good Sonic game, you should just hire Crush 40 again for the soundtrack. And not be like, no, we don't need them. And it's like, there's a reason everyone remembers Sonic Adventure 2 and Shadow the Hedgehog and not really the other ones. Like, literally the gradient of how many people remember Sonic games is just complementary to Crush 40 being in there. And if you're coming at, what would about the original games? Just a few pretentious people are pretending that they are like the best of the series. Everyone loves Sonic Adventure 2. Everyone. And you're like, oh, what Heroes? Heroes had some really good Crash 40 tracks, that's why it's remembered. More people still remember Shadow the Hedgehog too. Like, whee, whee. Why does it need another shield around it? It's a spaceship.
You can't smell things there.
バルマが好き。
なんとまがまがしい姿だと。いよあれこそが破滅の根源。
ジオ、このまま突っ込むぞ。
はいはい。
That's you can just land.
Why does it have an atmosphere?
I don't know. Evil atmosphere, I guess.
But it's an atmosphere. Also, why is Valma evil? Like, Millennia isn't evil.
It is just so weird, yeah. I feel like there is a piece of the puzzle missing, so...
Yeah, sure.
I guess he's just a dick. Maybe,
Like, most parts of Valma were evil, but not all of them. Like, Millennia isn't evil, the eyes weren't evil.
yes, that's just the weirdest part. By the way, is the moon the final part? Yes, no. That's generally an important question right now. Is this the actual final part of the game, or is there something afterwards?
You mean since we have less than half an hour?
Less than half an hour left, yes. Because, like, if this is the final part, I will just end this here and, you know, do the moon in one go next time.
But you need to save first.
I have already saved.
Oh.
It's just a question out to the chat.
I could Google it.
You could. Again, we have at least one person maybe listening that could confirm, but yes. This is not the end, but we are getting close. Okay, so we can still do a little bit. A little bit is going on. Then let's go to the next. Yeah, I know. It's just like I don't know how fast we will recover people. So let's go to the next section. It's, you know, I just thought about, like, maybe we will retrieve her soonish? I don't know.
これでどうだ。
あなたは相手を間違えました。
Huh. Wonder if that will ring true.
I mean, it's definitely the safest one. To do that.
Even, I mean, for me, it's more like
Yeah, we don't really have a battle strategy. We
the
just
battle strategy is big damage number go boom.
響き雷撃。
Da, 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 da. Big damage number go boom. We are back in Flash Dungeon.
Oh, was then. What does it do? You don't just read stats, you actually read what it does in case it has an ability. Speed recovery during combat. Okay, that's nice.
Good.
I have no full understanding of the whole speed value in Grandia directly. I always mix them up. Like speed and movement and IP and...
SP is, you know...
IP, I said.
So, yeah.
But then, on the other hand, I never needed to learn much about them.
Oh.
Are we saving Varma from cholesterol?
Who knows, actually? The skill you had been the heal crush, it debuffs all stats. Oh, good to know. Didn't say that.
I generally like having my debuffs. The problem is, like, most RPGs don't like the player playing too much with buffs and debuffs.
Fair.
They're never that well implemented. That's, I think, where we kind of are not really using them much.
Yeah, it's just a lot of... We're really just doing a lot of just damage spells. It's like
Yeah, and I'm saying that since a lot of games don't like to play using buffs and debuff much, that's, I think, why this is a more go-to thing, especially when we have infinite resupplies, basically.
Yeah, like in older title, I think some older games you really can do more with that debuffs and buffs. So like, if a game is made around the 2000s, it switches to debuffs are not that relevant anymore.
Often, yeah.
When was the last time we really needed to use debuffs?
あなたは相手を間違えました
I don't remember. Every boss where it would be useful is pretty much every time immune in some form.
That is also too many times the case. That it's like, oh hey, you want to... Oh,
Grandia 2 in the opposite direction doesn't seem to have many bosses that are immune to debuffs.
Yeah. That is true. So... That's better, but like, yeah, in a lot of more modern games, like for example, Metaphor is a good example. Oh, you have really good debuff stuff until you fight a boss. Then it's like, no.
Are you still using it? Because most of your attacks come with a debuff.
Which is, you know, useful, but yeah.
In that sense, Metaphor has it, but pretty much every boss can, like, clean themselves from them.
Yep. It's like, I know why, because it's, yeah, else bosses would be pushovers, but hey, listen.
Maybe change your game structure.
You know what the wildest part about that is for me?
Like, no matter if your game is linear or not, put a timer in there, start giving us infinite resources.
Stop giving us.
Yeah, stop giving us infinite resources, and the problem is solved.
At least to a big degree, yeah. Or, you know, you could make it, you know, but if you're like, oh, that sounds harsh. You could also just do the Dark Souls approach, and yes, I know, this is usually a bit...
The Dark Souls approach is basically the middle ground.
It's the middle ground, because it would be, hey, you have a limited amount of resources to get to the boss, and the boss is, you know, not that hard for that fact, but you can, you know, at least play around, and you have some source of resource drain, which is, you know, technically a thing they want to have in here anyway, but... Yeah, that game is just... It's just busted in that regard.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You know, that's what I was... That is what I was saying with the whole no infinite resources. Dark Souls is just one way you can do it.
Yeah.
You can do it here with inns.
You just limit resources to a degree and maybe have some time pressure. Then you would actually get people to,
So,
you know...
what I said, basically.
Yeah. Those are two factors that just are gone from games, and people are like, why is games so easy? There is no need to... No, yeah. That's the thing. If you're wondering why game easy, it is usually a factor of, hey, do you need to actually plan around your resources and using them? Or can you just, you know, yibbity-dibbity-doo, just yeet through it and you don't never have a problem? Well, that's the thing. People forget that RPGs were foundationally built around resource management, and now everyone's like, why are these games easy? Because you kept pulling out resource management and kept putting in usually it's action combat stuff. It's like, sorry, the mixture, this mixture of stat growth, stat usage, and also crucially, again, resource management, you can't really honestly, Claire, all Pokemon games are also piss easy. This isn't like it's like
They had more of it.
they had more of it. I mean, there's an irony about that. Here's the thing. New Pokemon games have way better trainer enemy design. They use way more Pokemon. It's way more diverse, and like they actually have sometimes pretty good teams. The problem is just, because they basically were like, yep, we don't make it a trap for small children anymore that get impatient and fuck up their leveling. There wasn't resource attrition in the first games. I tell you, put in a cartridge, replay Pokemon Red or Pokemon Blue, and you will realize it's just all wrong memories from being young. Those games are piss easy. They're neat, don't get me wrong, but they're piss easy. The thing is, there was not even really... That's the irony. Pokemon games didn't really have resource management. They just had the illusion of it, because a bunch of their mechanics were simply... They were simply there to waste your time.
What do you mean?
For example, the way XP sharing worked, that they reworked it in the second generation, that you could just give it to one Pokemon because, we have an item holding system, yada yada yada. That thing just made it so that, you just had to grind more. That was simply more... They just simply required more time investment in a lot of cases. And then sometimes they had the thing that they threw you against sometimes a trainer where, they were like, hey, either you have that one specific Pokemon or you just get shit-faced. Like, third trainer, second gen, third gym leader. Mm-hmm. The milk tank isn't hard. It's just if you don't know that it's there and you're new to the game, you just get shit-faced. It just rolls over you quite literally, because it continuously drains your death. And ironically, again, if you look at more modern Pokemon games, they ironically have again a lot better gym designs and a lot better trainer designs.
But the routes are shorter. Like in that sense.
Yeah, that's just the next problem that they let's be clear. The problem Pokemon has is just that it didn't really know where to go with everything. Like the problem of Pokemon wasn't that it's not open world. Like the fact that so many people said Pokemon has to be open world is probably one of the biggest blunder the Pokemon company has ever committed to, simply because people told them to, and it was the dumbest thing people expected, because
open world can work.
Yeah, because
but open world does not mean you can walk everywhere you want.
Open world does not a good Pokemon game make. A good Pokemon game should
As I said, you can make a Pokemon world and Pokemon game open world, but open world does not mean you can walk everywhere. Dark Souls is also open world technically. Yeah,
it's more like the thing that Pokemon, the thing where Pokemon games were good at, in especially early editions, was the fact that you could go back to old routes and you had unique shit to explore there. This was good. This was great, in fact. I think the best one on that part is 3rd gen, because in 3rd gen you actually collected so many more traversal methods of exploring the different areas, from your bicycle to your virtual machines.
We were talking about resource attrition.
Yeah, and the thing is, the resource attrition was barely in the original games anyway, because the routes were so short, and again, the going open world just gutted even more of that. Because right now, the open world is meaningless. Oh yeah, it's big, it's open, but, it's meaningless. maybe nice for a game like, Legends Arceus, because, Legends Arceus is not about the standard Pokemon formula, but like... I can just I think I can point out the obvious, right? Pokemon is a dungeon crawler. Like, it is. The only difference is that on overworld parts, you have to go through grass, or avoid it, and only really caves and shit have random spawning, like, dungeon crawlers. The thing is, they never had long dungeons. So any kind of discussion about is this hard or not, or did it have that before, is kind of irrelevant, because again, there was never any kind of challenge to begin with in that part. If the routes, they should have made longer routes, more complex routes where you could go back again with, different abilities you can get, because they cut so much from the game because people were saying it's irrelevant anyway, and like the problem was always implementation, not the general concept. Like, for example, virtual machines are a great idea. Like, that your Pokemon has some abilities it can actually use outside of combat to open up new pathways, or those are amazing, and they had some really, really good ones in the game. The problem they caused was, in earlier games, you had VM slaves. Yeah, let's just be really here. You had VM slaves.
They were bound to your attack slots. Yeah. That's the problem.
They were bound to attack slots, so you just stacked them on a few Pokemon that were basically deemed... I mean, that's the irony. I think
there we agree, actually. That's what you said as well.
Yeah.
The older games had an inkling of resource management.
An inkling, but like even then it was to a degree just very surface level.
Yeah, but we agree there.
Yeah.
So
it's just what I really think is the big part that we should come back to is Pokemon games should have had longer routes, less moments to actually restock resources, less options to gain resources, actually, like, be more stingy with money after fights. And also, again, the big problem they had is virtual machines are an amazing idea that they kept cutting down because they had the big problem, and that was a valid problem, that again, people made virtual machine slaves. Meaning the whole game had to be balanced around the fact that half of your team is worthless. Period.
Roughly. Like, mostly it was like 2 Pokemon, but sometimes depending on the generation it was 3.
Yeah, so a lot of shit was just, it was just worthless. You didn't, you just didn't use them.
In that sense, yeah, the newer games, as you already said, have the better team design and stuff from enemies.
They have.
But then on the other hand, yeah,
I mean,
even less resource management. It's nice that if you're fighting your rival out of nowhere, because it's always pretty much out of nowhere. Sometimes you can guess, but it's often out of nowhere. You get at least healed before the fight. That's nice.
God, yeah, no, please don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
They should be dungeon boss enders.
They don't have to. Like, if you have a nice rival, they should heal you. But yes, at the end of a dungeon should be a boss normally. Or something boss-like.
Yeah.
Or in a side part of the dungeon, you can miss it. But like that you just find your rival and they want to have a Pokemon duel and all your Pokemon are basically dead. That was always just like, oh, I'm in this cutscene now. Guess I have to do everything again and then save.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you just wanted to explore the city and like
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They should have made saving and...
No, just if you want the rival not to be a boss, but actually a friendly rival, then this specific new mechanic is fine.
Yeah.
But we also want actual resource management. That's why we need to change the routes.
Yeah.
Like normally a free Pokemon in the beginning. Why can't we have several routes in the beginning we can choose between?
Yeah, fair. It's like, you could have done that. The point is just, they need to go back to routes and make them, more fleshed out to explore and do stuff with them. Rather than, keep trying to push for something that doesn't fit with the main idea of the game series. Because again, they are dungeon crawlers. They are not open world games that just never realized they should be open world games. Like, sorry, the next ones won't be better just because, they did open world once. They will still have the same problem as the first open world game because Pokemon is a dungeon crawler, not an open world game.
As I said, open world and dungeon crawler are not mutually exclusive.
They could make a more open world, overworld, yeah, but like...
Even an overworld that is open world doesn't have to be like the one in Pokemon. As I said, Dark Souls is technically open world.
Then again, everyone wants to do that kind of overworld now because everyone has Breath of the Wild brain rot, as in, look, if the world is empty, that is just part of the vibe. Shut up, we don't. What you say, we don't have content.
That the whole world is empty because how was he called again? Mura?
They just had to rush the game.
I asked you a question.
No, it was I don't know how he was called again.
The Puppet Man.
Yeah,
puppets.
I know, but I just don't know his name.
Yeah, the Zelda guy.
The Zelda
guy who makes Zelda games. Was forced to release it early.
Yeah.
Because Nintendo wanted a Zelda. That's why it was empty.
But like, hey, Nintendo fans are really good at gaslighting anyway, so... an empty world just became actually really good game design because can't you take in the vibes? What do you mean we only have 7 types of enemies? And like, let's just be clear here, there's a difference between, yes, you can have, there's a thing, of too much shit. Looking at you, Witcher 3, where, the world just didn't feel coherent, but like...
The overworld of Witcher 3 was really badly designed, yeah.
Yeah.
Simply because every 5 meters was a monster nest.
Mm-hmm. But like, there is a sweet spot between shit to do and, not feeling cramped. I guess Elden Ring kind of got this one halfway right. They have good areas actually, where it actually feels sensible that shit is there. I mean, you know what? This is not even wrong. Like, it is really like, yeah, it
is comparatively small. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, honestly, they have so much good shit going on in that world, but yeah, it's...
To be fair, if it was bigger, I probably wouldn't have finished it.
Yeah. It's just kind of right. Yeah. I think that is probably the biggest problem they had, that it was this abbreviation of stuff other than,
As always.
Yeah.
Since when were open worlds to size?
That's hard. Did America shrink in the apocalypse? They should...
I don't know. They call themselves kingdom. Pretty much everything can call itself a kingdom.
Fair point.
It's not like there is an international law that, like...
I mean, petty kingdoms happen, but like I get what she's saying, because the different climate zones are just very close together. Where I'm like,
true.
You know what would happen? Here's probably more of a hot take, but like, Horizon would have benefited a lot if it wasn't one connected open world. If it was actually Like, it's supposed to be several US states worth of space. Yeah. If they had it so that you had to travel between them and see, there's a map and you...
So Outward.
You know what? You're just spoiling the surprise for everyone because Outward did it really fucking well.
I know. Not perfect because it's low budget, but Outward did it.
God damn it. Okay, here's the thing. Hey, spoiler. You want to play probably one of the most unique, even though it doesn't have that much of budget, open world games of the last decade, and it has co-op, it has a Dark Souls style combat system, and it's literally the best kind of resource management out there. Fucking play Outward. It does so many things right, it is insane. Because things that Outward does right. First of all, again, they have a good resource management. AKA, one of the main things the system has is that you can't sprint all the time, because if you sprint, you have a constant burn on stamina.
On max stamina.
Of your max stamina, yeah. Meaning, you regain it back, by the way, if you, rest and sleep and shit, but again, that also...
Or drinking potions.
Or drinking certain potions. Yes. But again, it is the game doesn't want you to just run through the game constantly. It wants you to, take your time. Sprint in reasonable parts. Don't rush. But also
unless you build for it, then you can.
Then you can. Yeah, sure. But also, crucially, and this is kind of very crucial actually, the game is designed around the fact that, you can't run everywhere. So you actually have to go and walk, which is really cool actually. Another thing they did is all their main areas are connected on a map, and you see it. That's what I would say. If they had multiple maps the size of the main map, but like focused on one area, they would have fixed so many problems. But yeah, the thing is that what they do then is the fact that if you want to travel to another area, you actually need resources. Not that many, but you need travel rations. And also the food you have spoils during that time. Spoils in general, but like... Which is cool, because you're like, that's actually kind of neat, because suddenly you're thinking not only about, I just run to the next map. It's like, do I want to travel to the next map? Can I? Am I prepared? It like actually feels like setting out to an adventure. Yeah. And then the game just has other amazing things like
health burn is also a thing.
Health burn is a thing. Like the thing is, they really want you to actually be conscious about how you spend your resources, because again, you can't just heal full. There is health burn. Do you use potions to reduce that? Do you want to make an actual, do you want to sleep? You can't sleep everywhere in a dungeon because, it has the good old thing of monsters can run into you or ambush you. Also, it has a great system of you don't die, by the way. If you fail in combat, someone, the monsters maybe abduct you and throw you in a cage. And then you have escape scenarios. Or, bandits are like, hey, we saved your life, but you know what? That will cost you, so we take your stuff, and if you come back to us and you have to pay us 2 gold bars, like in 3 days, else you don't get your shit back.
But then, then they made the vital mistake of letting me live with a lamp.
Yes.
You don't let the caster live with the lamp.
Yes, that is just so great. But also then there's the amazing part about the Albert has the best magic system in an action RPG I've known to date. It's not perfect, but holy shit is it good. Because first of all, you do not start out with mana. You actually have to gain mana. There's only 2 places in the world where you can gain mana, because you needed to do it at a mana node. And the mana node is in the first area in the central mountain, and every faction has a dungeon that you can take to get there. So you need to be good with a faction, then you can do that dungeon to get into the center of the mountain.
Or like the one faction that just lets you in.
Yeah, fair.
There's one
that just lets
philanthropist faction, let's say.
Let's just put it like this, yeah. And the thing is, if you get through those dungeons, they're still hard to get through. They're still dungeon crawls. Then the game is like, yeah, so if you want mana, your body is full. You need to actually sacrifice max health and stamina to gain mana. And then the game pulls another fast one on you because there are multiple ways how you can use magic. Like one is literally, it's really cool because it's rune magic, which is more like you have 4 runes and the way how how you cast them in what order causes different spells, and they're really good.
Very versatile, yeah.
Very versatile. But then there's the normal magic, which requires you to actually cast magic fields, and then you can cast stuff from that. Else your magic is just kind of shit. So you're basically a lot of setup. It's a lot of setup. So it's
and
not
those magic fields, which are called sigils, need the appropriate mana stone. So some are easier to find, and some not.
Yeah. So you're not just a bang AoE caster. You like literally need to set up, but then you're pretty strong.
But it also means that the mage with less stamina has to sacrifice inventory space for sigil stones if you want to use that magic.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the runecaster has their own runic book. So you sacrifice a hand slot.
Yeah. But then we're not getting even to the most fun part about it, because here's the thing. Magic is kind of the inverse of the normal playstyle. Because here's the thing. Remember how I said there is like max health and max stamina burn so you don't overdo it? Yeah, so
you need to sleep?
You need to sleep to regain that. Makes sense, right?
If you don't sleep for long enough, you also die.
That's that. Or you just collapse and then someone saves you.
Yeah, that's basically what I mean.
There's not really death in Outward, which is also just kind of a cool mechanic. The thing is, what I want to point at is magic, so mana,
is the real world. Basically.
Is the real world.
And when you're asleep, you're in a dream world.
So you're disconnected, meaning actually, when you sleep, your mana halves, and only the longer awake you are, the more max mana you gain back. Meaning, wizards in that world are quite literally insomnia-riddled madmen on coffee, because that makes them stronger. Yes. And I love that. Also, just the backpack system is like, just, wow, that is just like the best mechanic I have seen in a long time in terms of resource management. It is so good. It is so good. I almost felt like it feels like a thing From Software should look at. Because it would also fit so much in their game. Like, it would fit in a Bloodborne game really well, actually.
If you remember, I don't know how to say it in English, like, weichgespülte Mechaniken.
I don't know how to...
Yeah, but basically, like, Pokemon got rid of more and more of their resource management. The Souls series, starting with Demon Souls, got rid more and more of their inventory system.
But with Demon Souls, the first game?
Demon Souls had, everything in your inventory was weight.
Yeah, that was also, I think, in Dark Souls still?
Yeah, but it was, with time...
It was less, yeah.
It was less and less and less.
Was there really that much of a weight thing in Demon Souls? I forgot.
It was a bit. Not much, but it was a bit. That's what I'm saying. It never played a big role, but it would be so much better if you couldn't just loot everything.
Yeah.
Or if you loot it, you sacrifice something else for it. For example, have a giant backpack.
Yeah, that's the interesting part, because the coolest thing about Outward in that regard is the whole backpack system. So there are a lot of backpacks in the world, or satchels and things, and they all have upsides and downsides. Because, for example, with a normal one, you can't roll. Actually, you just can't dodge roll really. You have a backpack, but also backpacks increase. You can just hold a certain amount of stuff on your body.
Based on what clothing you wear.
Based on what clothing you wear, yes. But also, crucially, again, the backpack just increases that tenfold, basically. Depending on which one you have.
It's also a completely different slot.
Yeah.
You have bag slots and you have backpack slots.
Yeah. And the key part of the gameplay is that you have a button to pick up and drop your backpack. So,
Which is good, because if you get hit in the backpack, items might get damaged.
yeah, so like you don't want to have the backpack all the time. It is, but also crucially, you can have lamps on the backpack because the world gets dark, and those are just like your light sources now. And then you go and you just drop your backpack. It's like, how do you deal with light now? And remember how the Soul series tried to have light management, and that is that died with Dark Souls 2. Shame on that. I know why you did it. It was a case of the time, but it's kind of a shame that even Bloodborne never went back to light management, as if this idea is just
Ring.
yeah. It's I think that is probably the one part that is kind of the most the saddest one about the whole From Software games, in my opinion. It's simply the fact that one of the things that made them so great was the fact that they were very experimental, and a lot of the experimental stuff it's just gone. It's just not there anymore. Again, this doesn't mean oh hey, are the good new games bad? No, it's just sad that it's gone, because oh hey, world tendency, was that really that much of a good system? Implementation was bad, but like the idea was cool. But it's crap now. It's gone. All the experimental shit is gone basically, and it's just sad, It's just really sad that there were so many cool ideas and now they're gone. But yeah, zones to travel in between is like such a key thing more games should do, because it just makes sense.
Yeah.
But again, I feel like in that regard, a lot of games try to be. They try to make to have like this weird competition going on, as in, look, we have a connected world, and like.
Great, Daggerfall wins. Go on.
Yeah. Like all of them just. There's.
It's nice that you can load a really big map.
Yeah.
Now do something with it and maybe make several of those and actually fill them with shit.
Yeah. And also, I'm sorry, your fucking world will probably never compare to the same feeling I have, playing stuff like Morrowind or Gothic, because the weird part is, those games knew way more what to do with their limited resources and how to make a world feel like, oh yeah, I'm a big forest now. It's just, big polygonal trunks with a bit of foliage upon, and, let's have a bit of, let's have a little bit of fog here and there, and ooh, wow, that's nice. Yeah, a lot of old games just got the vibes better. But
And now we're back at Outward, and the very great systems it has, even though the game is not perfect.
yeah, you know what? We have time for another hot take.
What?
What? We have time for another hot take.
Oh.
Too many open world games are American. As in, like, let's just be real here. So many of those games want you to be like...
I have a helm.
Yeah.
Well,
yes, I know.
That's the problem with... But that's more of a problem with American imperialism and basically inserting the American culture into pretty much everything everywhere.
Yeah, but like what I wanted to point at is the fact that it is in a sense oh yeah. In some sense, it is about all of them always try to do the look how much freedom you have. You can go everywhere and you can be the strongest, and you don't need to even worry about anything. And like
you're going back to the individualist versus collectivist.
It is very much individual, but like the games are also made individualist because like let's just be real here. Most parts of the world are not open plains, and yet video games are full of open plains in every single climate zone. There's nothing really where it's like yeah, but also it mainly did well in China. Like, the thing is...
Well, I don't believe in competition in that sense.
Yeah, it's like...
if you have the country which extracts the most from everyone else, basically, then everyone in there has the most resources to produce that stuff. That has nothing to do with quality in the first place.
I mean, the interesting part is, I saw the actual sales of it, and I think even in the West, it just sold like around 2 to 3 million or so. It was a pretty average game in the West. It was literally just, Asian countries bought it because Sun Wukong is super popular in Asia. Who would have guessed? This is always the interesting part to me that, when a game does really well in Asia and everyone's like, wait, why did it do super well in Asia? And it's usually like, this game was made usually by Asian people that know Asian culture and know what is popular Asian culture. Oops.
That's not really in any way relevant.
That's actually not really... first of all, not really, but like that's not relevant, and also in Europe, most of them aren't. That's like here's the thing. I know what you want to get at, but the thing is usually, yes, when countries adopt that, especially later, they usually just pick shit people already knew sometimes from media. So that makes sense, yes, because But like again, if you look at Europe. Completely different. It's not even remotely the same number. We have 110 actually. So yeah, it's that part is just and yeah, the American idea through media has been basically shoved down everyone's throat a lot, but like there is not a lot, counterpoints or competition. But I think that is probably the you know what? Yes, but like who kept doing it? Just to be clear here.
I'm not saying that the European countries are like not doing imperialism, because they still do.
Yeah.
And I'm also against that.
Yeah.
It just so happens that America is the best country at imperialism.
Right
so
now,
that's the one I will criticize first.
Especially, cultural imperialism.
Yeah.
You export a shit ton. And when it comes, that is definitely their thing.
Yep.
Like, duh. The thing is just... but the thing is, what I want to point at is the fact that...
Imperialism is a bit more than just,
Yes.
There's several kinds of imperialism. I'm not saying the other countries don't do it. But here we're specifically talking about cultural imperialism.
Yeah. And the idea that, again, most open world games try to be, very individualistic, as in, you can do everything, you can go everywhere. You don't have any limitations upon how you do things. It's just the thing what I wanted to get at is the fact that every single open world game tries to have the big open plane where you can go everywhere and do everything and there are no limits, and that's just not how the world is. Like, that's probably the part I find a bit sad compared to, you know, older From Software games, because, like, I mean, as much as we joke about, you know, Bloodborne is Britain, Yharnam felt like a place. Yeah, that's not even a question. That's just like, yeah, they would do it. But, like, also, it's not like people should do it.
Huh?
You know, here's the thing. Yes, people would do imperialism, but that's not an excuse for doing it. It's more of an, yes, they do it, but it also, like, maybe we shouldn't do imperialism and maybe we should protect people from imperialism. That's the point. But that's, again, not the thing we were talking about. The thing is that most video games, you know, keep trying to do the whole, again, individualistic angle of, hey, everything is, you know, open and stuff, while I'd say, you know, Bloodborne definitely was that popular because it, to a degree, wasn't that.
Or to a lesser degree, at least.
Just to a lot lesser degree, like... Not really.
I mean, to a degree.
I mean, to a degree, yes. But, like, it's also just to a degree that, again, there's not a lot of counter competition, but also, like, it's just weird to me to point this out, but, like, yes, people wanted to have, you know, open Dark Souls, and it was Elden Ring, but also, like, it's weird to say this. Elden Ring wasn't really a good idea, maybe. It was just very open, you know.
Is this supposed to be sarcasm?
I mean... Not really. I mean, the biggest problem is in that regard more like what devs do. Like... Like, here's the thing, you can say, oh, it's what the consumers want. Not really, because, like, a lot of those games fail. Or, you know, don't do well, because...
Also, like, how many people that are technically part of the gaming market actually know about those kinds of games in the first place?
First of all,
they haven't been made in any relevant quantity or size otherwise for years. I'm not saying it would be like the biggest market share or something like that, but it's missing, and it's pretty sad seeing that in an artistic medium that we have so much less expression.
I mean, let's just, again, this is a hot take. I don't think a lot of people, you know, especially in design roles, can really design well. They usually try to do things they know again. And to a degree, you could say that's fine, but also, like, it's a similar thing to, you know, when people talk about, like, hey, why does this game fail? Why does this game fail? And, you know, it usually is, like, the numbers really don't support that, or, like, oh, hey, as in, you know, everyone says, oh, live service games fail because they're live service games, which is not the case, because, like, a lot of live service games keep succeeding, where, you know, the same arguments could have been brought up against them. Because, like, remember how people said, first of all, you brought that up. Second of all, this one wasn't about imperialism. This is more like a lot of games just want to make this kind of game. It's... I mean,
devs.
A lot of games want to make just, you know, the very open world...
Not games, devs.
Devs want to make the open world design game that has, yeah. I didn't talk about imperialism. What I talked about is that I talked about that the idea of the American individualism is just very deeply rooted in game design, and keeps poking up. And might arguably to the detriment of game design. Because there are a lot of games that would benefit from not being that. That's what my point is. That a lot of games just do it because it seems like the thing everyone does, and to the big degree, the thing about the market is, again, when people are like, oh, for example, live service games fail because they're live service games, and no, I talked about American individualistic idea in the sense that games need to be open.
Me and Aetherwitch kind of got into that.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, what I wanted to just get at is the fact that too many games try to be the same constantly.
Yeah, that was your overarching point before it kind of sidetracked a bit.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because a lot of games think, oh, we need to make a bigger open world, but like, it's not really me. Yeah, that's the thing. If they see it worked, I would say there's more to that. I think it is to a degree also just the thing they can conceptualize. Like, oh, people did this is how an open world game has to be, not, what can an open world be? It emerged, this kind of design emerged from your country. Like,
which is not bad.
I'm not saying it's bad, but like, let's not mince around that, the modern, that the modern, how's it called, open world game is very much influenced by early American open world games designs and the idea of the individualistic of the individual also because early European open world games took very different routes.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I wanted to get at. There is a clear divide to that. We are at the save point. I guess we are at the boss now, so we can finish that one up.
Mm-hmm.
Bit over time, but yeah. But actually, to the fucking point, what I wanted to say is, most games should just stop trying to be one big open world, because it's just a strain on resources. It lets the worlds feel smaller. It limits design space, and also the biggest problem they always run into is, like, it's another one. Maybe it's a really good other one, Like, that's probably the irony about it. That, again, I brought up the live service games. That people say, oh, live service games fail because of live service games, but, like, nothing is a better example of last year than, people saying, oh, hey, Concord failed because it was a hero shooter, and then just, like, a month later, Marvel Rivals breaks records as a hero shooter. And an even more blatant copy of Overwatch, mind you. It did a lot of things right. Don't get me wrong, because, like, I think a lot of people also were fed up with Overwatch and just, like, that's the irony. A lot of people just wanted Overwatch too, but, like, the problem is with, I mean, that's not what I wanted to get at. The point is that devs keep making the same game and keep making, I mean, it's more like up. Overwatch 2 is also still up. That's less a point in that regard. So
yeah, I don't think we have talked about taste at all.
It wasn't about taste. Like, god damn it, this is a... Stop sidetracking! This whole fucking... Really! Stop sidetracking! It's not about... God damn it! I swear, I need a mute button for sidetracking. People get a timeout. The thing is, again, people forget that, I think one part, the gaming sphere, especially devs, try to bring up, but constantly forget actually that. But constantly forget how it works is chunky tomato sauce.
Oh,
Yeah, it's chunky tomato sauce.
all over again.
It's always fucking chunky tomato sauce. Like, here's the thing. Back in the day, I don't know where it was, but like, there was one, there was one sauce company, they sell tomato sauce, okay? And I think it was Ragu or so, and they were like, we're second in the market, and they, hired someone to be like, hey, can you figure out what we could do differently with our sauces to actually become the first one in the market? And the interesting part is, what basically found out, but the guy found out was that there wasn't really a thing they could do. People, bought the sauce because, they knew the sauce. But what he found out in tests of different recipe is that some people liked smooth tomato sauces, but there was a huge part that liked chunky tomato sauces. So the thing was simply, listen, just bring out keep your sauce recipe, but bring out a chunky tomato sauce.
Because no one else was doing it at the time.
No one else was doing it. And the result was, lots of people started buying the chunky tomato sauce because turns out, people like chunky tomato sauce. It was not brand recognition, it was literally about what people like in a product. And the thing is, nowadays games keep trying to reinvent the smooth tomato sauce and then are very, very confused when the chunky one comes around. Because, for example, Helldivers 2 is popular because, like, is it basically a third-person horde shooter? Yes, we have those dime a dozen. But Helldivers 2 is chunky,
At least more chunky.
Yeah. Similarly, Fortnite hogged the but like that's the thing. It's an open world game, but for a completely different taste. Similarly, the battle royale market. Oh yeah, Fortnite hogged that. Then Apex Legends came around, chunky tomato sauce. Then you're probably asking, but why is Marvel Rivals so popular? The answer is Overwatch kept changing the flavor and the recipe of their tomato sauce, and people were just keeping. And then someone just made the original tomato sauce again, and they just flocked to that.
At least closer to it.
At least closer to it,
And that's kind of the same with.
It is an.
And it's kind of the same with more resource management heavy RPG games, for example.
Yeah.
Lots of people may like it. I don't know how many. But we can't even figure that out because nobody is selling them in any relevant quantity.
Yeah. And like, this is probably also a reason, I would say, why the Dark Souls games actually worked so much, because Dark Souls 1 is an open world game. Let's just be very clear about that. Dark Souls 1 is open world. You don't have really loading times between areas. And it came out at a time where all of the games really tried to be Assassin's Creed, Assassin's Creed, Skyrim, and GTA also. They all try to be very different variants, variants of the same existing thing. And by the way, I'm not saying those games are bad, it's just, you had a bunch of those games, and then one comes around which is like, listen, fuckers, my open world is a very tight designed corridor, and you loop back to the save point. And everyone was like, wow, that's chunky. It's chunky. And people like chunky.
Not all of them, but...
Not all of them, but a lot of people just... that part is just... Again, too many devs are chasing the smooth sauce because they themselves like smooth sauce and think there is nothing besides the smooth sauce. Also, we're going into a fucking womb.
Oh.
It's the whoop of Valma. What the fuck?
Nice.
No, not even remotely. No, they can't be compared.
But I get the connection in a sense. They both are action combat with stamina. In that sense, they're similar.
I guess, but yeah, it's very different. It's more of a classic dungeon crawler again.
Yeah, Monster Hunter's less dungeon crawly.
But that was a long fucking sidetrack again.
Okay, why?
Monster Hunter was not open world when Dark Souls came out.
And had no parry.
And had no parries.
I mean, when were parries even introduced? Actual parries like in Dark Souls? That's
They had
wild.
some counters. I think maybe a few in 4 here and there.
But more in a sense of like, you block an attack and you retaliate, but not as in Dark
There's
Souls
not
where
really-
you're locked in an animation or something like that.
Yeah, you have a block, but that's it. Lots of games have block buttons. But yeah, no, they are not even in that sense connected. Open world-ish things are only since the newer since World. Yeah, but like, I don't know who gave you that. It's not really accurate. Not in the slightest. Like, oh, they have big bosses. Yeah, lots of games have them.
That's why I can see why you would make the connection with those data points. Oh,
Oh, that looks fucked up.
now's the question, Ryudo. Does that thing have a throat?
Multiple, actually. We need more swords.
It has mouths, but does it have throats?
Can it scream, though?
Also question, can it scream? Oh, there's a bit. Is it maybe a gun bit?
No. No.
Also, there are way too many enemies. You should actually use AoE.
Way ahead of you, actually.
No, because you wasted it with Tio. Could have made level 3 hole.
I guess. So, almost dead, everyone. Great.
Yeah, very good. Or like just counters. With Beast.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, the thing wants to cast something. I mean, duh.
Cancel. Get cancelled.
Hornado.
There we go. We're really going through bosses right now. But I guess we can actually agree on the fact that more games should have distinct areas with loading times in between, rather than trying to make one giant open world.
Generally, the more diverse gaming, the better.
I mean, a lot of products, you know, last year didn't sell according to what people want. Even if they did sell. And the Call of Duty clones also didn't sell. All of them.
Call of Duty does sell.
I mean, Call of Duty sells, yes, but every game that tried to be Call of Duty didn't sell.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I said Call of Duty sells, but the whole clones, like you said, don't sell.
Yeah.
Because it's already filled by Call of Duty.
I mean, to a degree, but also, let's just be real, a lot of the clones,
were bad.
They are just bad. Well, yes, but they, you know, needed a bit more time in the oven for some parts.
They were bad. That's the short of it.
And then the oversaturation, indeed.
Yeah, that's kind of what the whole conversation is about. We have too much trying to copy the same shit that is already there. So of course people don't buy them.
Yep. There's not enough chunky sauce.
Basically.
Yeah. I mean, that's it, right? It's just there's not enough chunky sauce. I don't know what this boss actually is doing because we keep cancelling it.
It probably does something with the arms, and maybe it can scream.
I'm sad that the arms are not be able to cut off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, that is probably one of the coolest things they have confirmed, by the way, about Monster Hunter Wilds. How's it called?
The cephalopod?
The cephalopod, yeah. You will be able to cut off its arms. All of it. They're all tails. So lovely, I'd say. You know? You have like 6 things to cut off? That's great.
6? I think so.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be 8?
I think it should be 8, but I didn't see how many tentacles it had, right? But maybe 8, yeah. 8 tails / legs to cut off. Perfect.
And 1 gamete holding up.
Oh, now it's doing things.
Oh. It summons them.
Oh, hi. I think it has some attacks, actually. I totally agree with you on that. The problem is just, if we kill all the ads constantly, it has to resummon them.
Yep.
AoE. AoE. And good that we
hopefully have MP.
I have still a bunch of MP.
Great.
I mean, what is the thing actually that we're fighting right now? I know we are in the womb, but...
the half-eaten twin sibling of Valma?
Egg Guardian.
What's the Egg Guardian? Okay.
The fuck? It's... God. You know what? It's Dr. Eggman. It's the egg. Seriously, Egg Guardian sounds like a Robotnik thing.
It's the same with the Egg Carrier. Should have just actually counted the thing.
Yeah, I guess. Now it makes itself faster, but well.
I don't know why you even tried that.
Because I wanted to get the
Yeah, and I don't know why you tried that.
maybe
Just
kill
normal attack the bit, then it's gone. No overusing special moves, please. Okay?
Okay. It finally casts a little bit.
See?
It's interesting that this is a game that actually lets you fight. I mean, basically they removed the healer from the party, so...
Oh, you still have the healer egg.
I mean, yes, but like, you know...
You could.
Again, the thing is more like, you want to kill it as fast as possible.
Yep.
There we go.
I mean,
Awesome.
that's always a given. You want to kill everything as fast as possible. The question is always, do your resources allow that?
You try it because you're near can, not near can. I mean, Claire, again, big number go boom. It's just silence boss.
So we have goddess high heels, basically, but an angel's robe.
ENTPA? Maybe I'm just stupid. Understand that. I mean,
The first thing you have to realize is, since we're communicating with you through text, you have no ability to actually communicate that. It's always
Very
our
well.
interpretation of what you're writing.
yeah. Why did you come? Girl, he loves you. And the other girl inside you. Listen, you fucker. We killed so many bosses. You should be afraid. You should be fucking... You know what? There are...
Well,
what did it say? 5x?
everyone can not write those. That doesn't say anything about what, you know. Yeah, could be, but I don't necessarily know
I don't
that.
know what a Myers-Briggs test is. So...
Neither do I.
Yeah.
And if I know, then probably not under that name. Maybe I know the concept, but...
You know what?
The point is, in the end, no matter how you write something, in the end, the people reading it interpret it. And since lots of online communication is without caps, big or small writing, or exclamation marks, or any punctuation in general, it's always up to interpretation.
Yeah. Hey, Vampibus, how are you doing? We're still trying to save girlfriend from Pope. Girlfriends from Pope?
I guess.
Again, I really wish there was a game, you know, that when an antagonist that made you problems earlier realizes you start killing bosses,
I said online communication in general.
you can't win on that part because like there's so much that is just hard to really get from text, especially if you don't know the other person.
Yeah, that's why I also recommend not playing Devil's Advocate and if then actually declaring it, because, for example, I do not enjoy arguing against someone or with someone who plays Devil's Advocate because it's a waste of time. If you do not believe it, don't argue for it.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion. Again.
Yeah, I mean, I guess also we come back to the whole part that, like, there are a lot of neurodivergent people on the internet, and let me tell you, a lot will misinterpret things, even as simple as sarcasm. And, like, this is not really their own fault, it's just, you know, they have already problems with sarcasm in real life. And, yeah, it's just not a good thing to be like that, to do that on the internet. But
I
yeah,
mean, in the end, you do you.
What I want to say is the fact that I really want a game again where like, you know, antagonist, you fight him, you know, he kicks your butt and then he sees like, you know, oh, you're strong now. Nope, I don't want to have anything to do with that anymore. And just leaves the story.
And I don't tell you to.
No, that's not what we're saying. It's just, it's a fool's errand, more or less, you know. I know it is what you want, and I can just tell you what it will have for an effect on online, you know. This is not like, oh, you shouldn't do. It's more like, it's not gonna end well in that regard.
Yeah, as I said, you do you.
And I bear the symbols, a dark soul. Millennium probably comes out and is like, shut the fuck up, you...
And now we have the problem either that I don't think either of us will remember to fill the context of it did.
Yeah.
It's like,
Thanks. Sheesh. You know what? I think exposure to Money Boy ruined that word for me. It's just like, why is she saying sheesh? No. Okay. I mean, she did it very fast, by the way, so...
okay.
Okay. Okay, what are those things? Okay.
バルマ復活は始まった。貴様などもはやどうでもよい。不自由な体を捨て、わしがバルマーの意志となり、完全なる理想世界を作るのだ。今こそ時は至れり。
Okay, at least his plan makes more sense now.
なめるな、このやつに私が効かない。消える。私が食われてる。
すべては新しき世界のため、我が意志のままに。
私が消えちゃう。
ゼラ、やめろ。エルナ、ミレニア。ゼラ、ふざけたことを言うな。理想世界だとふざけたことを言うな。
そ そう完全なる唯一の神だけが存在する世界生も死もない闇の火を越えて残るのはわしの意志のみなんと素晴らしいくそやめろエレナをミレニアを返せわめくがいいもっとその悲鳴が世界を覆いやがて神を呼び覚ます声となる
Well, Sarah is definitely...
そんなはずは
ゼラあんたの思い通りにはさせない柔道エレナと逃げて
I was almost hoping for a funny animation again, considering how that one, just like, imagine if you just shot out of that, so... Yeah.
しっかりせいミレニアム。
今さら貴様に何ができるというのださあお前の力を全て渡すがいい
あんたと会えて嬉しかった好きになればよかったエレナは私どんなことになっても生きてミレニアあんたは私が守るよ
Teleport.
Okay.
くだらろう角が足りないだと角はどこだまあよいバルマー復活の始まりだ我こそがバルマーの意志となる
Flashy. Eleanor's not saying anything.
Weird metaphor, but yeah, accurate.
Yeah. Ah. Wow. Eleanor is dead. What the fuck? What is going on here?
Well, nations are there to be poked fun at.
I mean, to a degree, but also this was more about an ideological thing that has spread from your nation, so I cannot say it as, you know, it's just a thing, you know. Again, European RPGs were different.
Well, what happened, happened.
Why is she dead, by the way? Should we revive her?
Yeah, please.
I don't have mana on her, so...
You don't need mana. I mean, a European isn't even a thing in the first place. Because Europe isn't a nation.
Yeah, that's true. Be alive again. Why is he dead, actually?
I don't know.
This would be very funny. Yeah, no, like, let me...
What is this about now?
If there's a difference in Europe, I guess, but like,
No, what is this with Slavic region in
the Western Slavic region, the Eastern Slavic regions, they're like, you know, Poland versus Russia. Yeah, but like also...
what has that to do with Europe?
Yeah.
Because as I said, Europe isn't a nation in the first place.
First of all, that, it's like...
That's why I'm not getting the context. What he's even trying to talk about. Have you healed her? Yes. No?
I have healed her.
Great. The region I live in is Germany. There you can poke fun at a lot of things that happened historically.
Yeah, but also, actually, fun fact, there's not really a German, like, there are German cultures. There's an overarching, yes, those are German cultures, but like, tell a Bavarian they're German. They're like, no, I'm Bavarian. Because we are very different.
That's often the case in lots of countries.
Yeah.
Also, so I don't see why you bring that up now.
No, it's more like we already are very different in terms of cultures already, you know, just...
And I'm telling you, that's pretty much the case with every country.
It's way more pronounced here.
Russians don't exist anymore.
Russians are dead. But yeah, I didn't give her...
Yes.
Donk. I actually like the fact that we have some sort of, you know, resource management right now.
Yeah.
Anyway. Oh, we know that you generalize it, and we fucking hate it. Like... Yeah.
I mean, I don't see how the size of a country... Like, as if you would need a specific size of land occupied for a culture to exist. It makes no sense.
Yeah, it's just, holy egg, there we go. What are those things, by the way? Never checked the name. Velma Young. Interesting that you have different...
Well, it is its own place.
It is.
As I said, cultures have no minimum required land occupation.
Yeah.
We can just attack normally, actually. At that point. Impact bomb, the one that casts something.
Overcasting, but yeah.
行くわよ
It's where you crit the one or cancel the one that does something dangerous, you know?
There are like mini bosses here, which is like interesting actually.
Yeah. Yep, they are.
Yeah,
I agree.
it's the same here.
But what a country does in the end is what a country does. So,
Yeah. The thing is always,
when I critique America, I critique the nation of America. What the actual politicians do.
also just,
Same as if when you critique Germany, you critique what the politicians do, generally.
you know, here's the thing. We know that there's a big difference, but also, let's just be clear here. American regional cultures have a lot more in common than European regional cultures.
I don't know.
A lot more. Because, like, we had way harsher borders between each other earlier. Like, don't forget, we fucking had wars against each other. No, like, I can guarantee you the French are not even remotely like German. It's like... there's a very, very big difference in...
Well, it also comes with being a lot older, but yeah.
Yeah.
But
Like, I can tell you that, but like, you can only really notice that, you can really only notice that if you actually would have lived for a while in Europe, because it is vastly different in how, you know, things are.
I mean, that would... How should I put it in a nice way? If you have lots of authoritarian and or fascist movements, they will talk about secessions.
Always, but yeah, that's, you know...
It's not really a case, not much
That's
to do
not
with
what I
different
said.
cultures.
Again, listen to what I say. You are definitely different in cultures because your country is very vast, but your different cultures have still more in common than, you know, French versus, you know, most Germans. It is
Plus the
vastly different.
Plus the thing we critiqued were the export of an ideology that is more prevalent in a country and thus is shared by many cultures there.
Yeah. Like, we have, for example, Brits here. The Brits are run, like, British society and also politics run on completely different ideologies.
Yeah, doesn't make it better.
Yeah,
It's not a comeback, it's an admission of we are right. Thank you.
yeah.
Not Marek.
No! No! She cries for him! Oh no! No!
Creepypasta.
No! Not Marek.
マレックを置いてはいけません。
行くのだティオ悩んではならんお前はもう分かっている考えてはならんいいなグラナスとやら
God damn it.
わしの生涯に一度だけ祈ろうその力残っているならこやつを飛ばしてくれ
No! God damn it! Welp. Fuck. They really knew which character to kill off. That it hurt the most. I guess getting to the next save point and then... God damn it.
Have you equipped Elena now?
I have. I mean... The second part is horrifying, but that fucking gondola was...
Just to bring this to an end, Etheridge, when we say America and you feel spoken to, that's your problem. You're just living in that country. You're not the country.
First of all, yes. Second of all, maybe don't fucking lean out of the window when you when your country just elected Trump again.
I mean, you're
because
right
it's a bad argument what you're doing, and you know that. You know that it's just a very, very bad argument just to have an emotional reaction. So, like, just fuck off with that right away.
Yeah. Not that the points you're making aren't valid, they just have not much to do with the discussion we were had in the first place.
Yeah.
Which is kind of how this whole conversation was going pretty much the whole stream. Something was brought up, sidetracked to something that's tangentially related. In the end, just... yeah.
And I know that you're hurt by it, but, like, still, it's... It's still shitty to bring up that. Also, you know,
Shitty.
stuff like the AfD. Especially, you know, by the way, literally tomorrow there's an, how's it called? They might start banning them. So, you know. Okay, so we are... Why are we here again? I guess we have to save now and... Oh god, we're not getting the fucking drink back. You didn't understand what I said.
Apparently.
Yeah.
When we're saying a certain, based on certain ideologies coming from the US, we have more and more homogenous games, which is also obviously supported by the system of capitalism everyone lives in.
Yes.
That's just a fact. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's just a thing.
If you don't like it, I don't like it either. So great. So we're both on the same side and want to change it. To have more diverse games. Great.
But yeah, that's it now. I think we are actually in the final part of the game. So, let's just look it up. Next week is going to be the 6th of February. So I guess we will literally finish the game with a good month of... What the fuck are we going to do on those Wednesdays until Monster Hunter drops?
Does it matter yet?
It's a good question, though.
It is a good question, but not one that needs answering right now.
Yeah. I think we are faster through this game than Grandia 1. I mean, Grandia 1 was long. I think double the size of this one.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say, I don't have that game. So like, yeah, I think Grandia 1 was at least 50 hours with side content. This one doesn't seem to have side content, actually.
Maybe it does and we just missed it.
Maybe, but like, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see what we can find with for other Wednesdays. But I guess, yeah, next time we will finish up Grandia 2. Holy shit. Been alright. Didn't expect that the game in like you know, over half of the game's like, yeah, this is fine, this is enjoyable, and then it starts actually being good. So, yeah. Hope you all had fun watching. Yeah, next time we will probably finish things up. Yeah, have a good night, Claire. See you around on Friday, I would say. And as usual, if you're on the community Discord, tomorrow is Psychopass evening. Gonna watch through Psychopass together, if you like that. And yeah, Fridays is gonna be, Wiki 3. Probably Helldivers afterwards, depending on how fast Ruben goes to bed. But yeah, see you around then and have a good night. Bye!
Bye!